Well, right now on WCNC Charlotte, we are keeping you weather aware as snow and wintry conditions will soon be making an impact where we live. Thank you for joining us for our weather coverage stream. I'm Nick Sturdivant.
And I'm Jane Monreal. It has been quite some time since communities really south of the high country have gotten any measurable snowfall. So we want to make sure you're prepared here on the stream, WCNC Plus. We have your weather impact team in studio now. We also have live crews out across our area tracking the conditions.
But first, we have some new video coming into our newsroom showing some snow impacts across the south right now. Take a look at this. Road conditions. Wow. Road conditions this morning in Memphis, Tennessee.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Having to drive through there, you can see, you can count the cars having to drive along that freeway.
And at least they're taking their time.
That's true. That's the only thing you can do at this point. Snow this morning at Birmingham Shuttlesworth International, Alabama, the airport there. Ooh. This is what it looks like. Oh, it is pretty, isn't it, though? To see that snowfall, and that's what we kind of want to see here for a while. But I'm sure flights everywhere are impacted because of this, with flights in and out of Alabama.
I mean, 700 delays at Charlotte Douglas International Airport.
Already.
More than 700 delays right now. And let's take you over to Atlanta, Georgia. Children in Atlanta having a good time. They're taking it.
Oh, there you go, snow day.
Everybody loves a good snow day.
Nice.
Well, again, here's some video of some kids sledding in Grant Park earlier today. It's kids, probably grown kids like myself.
Right, kids of all ages, just like going to the circus.
There you go.
It is when you think, oh, where is that board? Where is that sled?
It's somewhere. It's collecting dust.
In the garage, in the attic. And take a look at this. Here's a look at students enjoying the snow day over at Clemson University. So really not too far. This is kind of in our backyard. This video shows the view of Bowman Field. And
how good are you at making a snowball and throwing it?
It's been, it's been a while because it's been 3 years since it snowed here. So I don't know, it doesn't look like it's too much of a snowball.
Maybe enough to be like Buddy the Elf. And
how good are you throwing one?
Oh man, my arm.
Your arm. You're blaming it on the arm. All those football injuries that you had.
But
retired.
It's a pretty sight. But if you're once it comes here and it starts to accumulate on the roads, you definitely either want to stay home or just take your time out there.
You notice the roads are already busy though?
They are. Yeah.
Yeah.
The roads, the grocery stores, the hardware stores. People
all about it.
Last minute stuff. Let's toss it over to Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. How's it looking out there, Brad?
Yeah, definitely slow going out there. I can tell you, just driving into work, it definitely was a lot fewer cars out there, but everyone seems to be driving very oddly because they see all that salt on the road, and then when it starts snowing, start to freak out a bit. So there's our winter storm warning, which is in effect for most of our area. It's been a long time since we've seen snow. It's also been a really long time since we've generally had this many areas under a winter storm warning. It's pretty much the entire state of North and South Carolina, except for the coast, has some type of advisory of some kind or another. This winter storm warning is for a combination of snow, sleet, and ice. Now, the threshold for winter storm warning for just snow is only 3 inches in the Charlotte area, but if we get a combination of snow, sleet, or ice, that causes issues similar to that, and you're going to see a winter storm warning. Winter weather advisories off to the southeast. Believe it or not, there was snow this morning, even in areas down towards the beach. We had snow and sleet falling at Myrtle Beach for most of the first half of the day. Let's take a quick look across our area because we're starting to see snow fall, or at least sleet fall out there in several locations. Starting in the mountains here in the Charlotte area, there's Boone. Boy, Boone has got a ton of snow falling up there right now. They've been in the cold air. So that's the one spot, honestly, that will likely see snow fall the entire time. Now, as we go through the evening hours, the temperatures are going to fall. We've already got temperatures back into the low 30s out there. But when the precipitation starts to fall, we're likely going to see it continue to fall, and temperatures may be getting closer to 28, 29 degrees. This is a large sprawling system, so this is just the beginning. We thought we'd see this start around 2 or 3. Sure enough, here we are at 2 o'clock. It's starting to snow. The heavier snow bands will be back to the west. Now, I know there's a lot of colors here, so let's explain a couple things here. The blues and the shades of blues and whites, that's strictly snow. When you see the purple, that's ice pellets or sleet, and when you see the pink, that's going to be a mix, likely some freezing rain moving in. So we're getting a little bit of everything right now. Notice a lot of sleet showing up here in Charlotte, but it's 34 degrees. Now that's at the surface. Above our heads, it's a little bit warmer. And what's going to happen is we get evaporative cooling. The temperatures down at the surface will actually drop below the freezing mark. So as we go through the next several hours, expect snow and sleet to pick up. As I mentioned several times over the last couple of days, you pretty much want to be where you're going to be for the rest of the night by about 5 o'clock or so. The sun sets at 5:30, and once the sun sets, we don't have any sunlight at all. It's going to be in the upper 20s, so everything's going to be icing over fairly quickly. And I do expect roads will be very dangerous through the evening hours because of these air temperatures, but also the ground temps. Yesterday, went out and did some sampling of the roads and the bridges. Most of the roads in the middle of the sunshine yesterday were still in the low 30s, and the bridges were in the mid to upper 20s. So that tells you how cold that pavement is. So once we see sunset, I expect this is when we'll see problems. Notice the time here, 5 o'clock. Look at the temperature, 29 degrees in Charlotte with snow and sleet falling. So unlike some of our previous events we have here, if you've been here long enough, you know sometimes it'll snow for hours and nothing will stick. It's almost like I call it the white rain. That's not this setup. Every little pellet and snowflake that falls today is likely going to stick on contact with every surface. So we're going to see this accumulate fairly efficiently, even though the snow and sleet does not last very long. You can see by 10 or 11 o'clock, we see some breaks here, but the pink starts creeping up. That's bad news because that's likely freezing rain. So imagine getting sleet or snow, then putting freezing rain on top of it, which is like a glaze, right? Glazed donut, like a Krispy Kreme. That glazes it all up and creates a solid sheet of ice, and then temperatures fall into the upper 20s overnight into tomorrow morning. Just to give you an idea of these temperatures, once they get to near freezing or below tonight, we're going to be stuck there. I mean, until maybe 11 a.m. So that's the next question I get. When would the roads improve? Well, I'll tell you what, until we get to the freezing mark or above, they're going to be icy. So that's probably mid to late morning tomorrow. That's why we reiterated several times, if you can be in the place you want to be for the rest of the night by 5, I highly recommend it. So why are we seeing these varied precipitation types? We call them P types for short. We don't have completely cold air. We have a little nose of warm air aloft, which is melting the flakes and they're refreezing into pellets of ice. That's called sleet. So we're bouncing back and forth between these two. And that's where I expect us to spend most of the afternoon and the evenings. Tonight, even though the surface temperatures will drop below freezing, that warm layer aloft will get thicker. So that's going to melt more of that snow and ice above our heads, and it won't have time to refreeze until after it touches the ground. So this is the equivalent of taking the hose outside on a cold morning when it's below freezing and spraying everything with water, and then it freezes. That's basically what freezing rain is. And that's the concern tonight, especially if it falls on top of this stuff. So you can see the snow accumulation, the sleet accumulation, then throw freezing rain on it, and just imagine the kind of ice we are going to see. How much do we think? Right now we're going to kind of stick with this, 1 to 2 inches across most of the metro, trace to an inch to the south, a little bit heavier in the mountains because it's going to stay all snow, and obviously they're going to get some wraparound moisture as the system moves through. The concern and the one I would say uncertainty that we still have is how much ice are we going to see? Right now, I would say about 1/10 of an inch of ice or above. But this is the area we got to watch down here, because if it changes to freezing rain, like in Lancaster, Chester, Sherrall, Chesterfield, out towards Wadesboro and Rockingham, we see that change over the freezing rain and it stays freezing rain for several hours. It could be enough to get up to 1/4 inch. And why is that important? 1/4 inch is that threshold where it starts to weigh down tree branches, power lines, and we tend to have power outages. Now, we know about the damage from Helene in the mountains, but remember, there was heavy wind damage down here in the upstate of South Carolina, and so there's a lot of weakened trees down in that area. If we get ice on top of that, we could have some big time issues. So our impacts, we're looking at medium to low impacts, but you see the medium range, that's because of the ice threat to our south. So everybody will see impacts from snow and ice into the overnight hours, guys. So right now it's just a waiting game, kind of tracking where the snow is falling right now. And one of the best things about this is we're getting some great reports from people out there. So the ground truth helps us tell the story. So as we get more and more reports and pictures and videos, that's going to be a great part of doing this, guys.
And let's take a live look in Boone. This is the campus of Appalachian State right now. According to X, the campus is operating under special conditions. This is basically weather adverse protocols for that campus. You see it now. It looks great on the grass, but also those roads look a little messy out there.
Right. No, it's a good thing that not too many folks are having to drive around. We're seeing one car go through there. I got a text not too long ago from a friend up in Boone saying it's really coming down. It is pretty like old school weather that we used to have up here. I feel like major storms are always coming through Boone these days, this season. But as it looks pretty, it's also very slick. It could be dangerous out there.
Yeah, our mountain community is expected to get a lot more snow versus here in the Charlotte metro area. We want to send it out to Miles Harris, who is now live in Boone. Miles, where are you? What are you seeing out there?
Well, guys, if you can't tell by even the top of my head, it is definitely coming down with the snow out here in Boone. So we're actually probably about probably less than 5 miles away from actually App State there. We're actually here near Blowing Rock Road here. So again, definitely can kind of see the snow out here, but we want to go ahead and walk you through some of the elements of what we are seeing right now, particularly on that roadway here. So as I step to the side, our photographer Pierre is actually going to show you that roadway there. That is Blowing Rock Road here. And for the most part, right, it looks pretty clear. It looks pretty good. There is a bit of snow, but one of the good things that we have been able to see out here since we have arrived is all the amount of plow trucks that have made their way out here that are doing their job and trying to really either lay salt or try to push that snow off the road, right? So that's the good thing, right? But not every roadway is looking like that right now. So if you take a look here, this is actually one of the side roads here. This is actually Hodges Street. Not as visible, right? You can still see more of that snow, which could be a bit of an issue if you are trying to make that commute out here in this area here. So that is something that we're keeping an eye on here as we continue to do our reports out here in Boone, North Carolina. I know Jane had mentioned, and actually Nick had mentioned it as well, what kind of impacts could this look like following that Hurricane Helene. We have actually talked to some of the departments out here in this area here, whether it's the fire department, whether it's the emergency services. Those are the things that are also on their mind as they kind of make sure that they're being ready and prepared for what's coming here now, but also what's expected over the next 10 to 12 hours. And that is something that we're definitely going to keep an eye out for you guys here throughout not just the stream, but really throughout the day and following that as well, guys. But we're going to go ahead and toss things back to you guys in the studio as we kind of keep an eye out and looking at this impact. As you guys can see, the snow is it's coming down.
And as Miles mentioned, it's stuff you can't see on the roads, like that slush and that stuff that's going to refreeze and thaw out overnight. And put a hat on, Miles.
Seriously. But he was doing it for to show us the research. The research.
I can hear
the
my
snow.
mom now. Put a hat on, Miles.
Put a hat on. Get your earmuffs, Miles. Austin might not need that, at least, because Austin Walker is in Charlotte right now, where we are waiting for some of the snow to arrive. But it is certainly cold out there, Austin.
Yeah, no, Jane, you're right. It is extremely cold. That is correct. But right now, like you said, we are not seeing any snow or sleet as of right now. We saw a little bit driving up here, but really not anything to write home about. But again, we are going to be seeing that in the next few hours. What Miles is seeing right now up in the high country, we are seeing that snow move its way into Charlotte. Again, the big concern right now is that accumulation on the ground really impacting your roadways. Right now, NCDOT and CDOT has spent a long time really making sure these roads are brined and ready to go. We're currently in University City, just off of Mallard Creek, that road where right now things are dry. But again, in the next few hours, when that sun goes down, the temperatures continue to drop. We will be seeing that hit the road and really just freeze over, creating some slick spots for those drivers. So we are just a few hours away from rush hour traffic at that 5-6 o'clock mark. You will be seeing some slick conditions. So NCDOT and CDOT continue to warn you to take it slow. Thankfully, I did my tenure at the University of Missouri, where I had my own, experience with some cold and snowy weather. So some tips for you if you're not used to it. Obviously, you leave that distance. Make sure you are well behind that car in front of you. Also making sure taking it slow. If you do sadly skid, drive in the direction of that skid. Don't try to slam on your brakes or don't speed up. Some good things right there. But like we're seeing again, we're going to see those slick conditions start at about the 4 o'clock mark here in Charlotte. If you are in your area and you see those icy conditions, we can't be everywhere. So to tell the story the best, we need to rely on you. So go on WCNC.com or inside our WCNC mobile app, take pictures and videos safely, and also go to your Near Me feature, send them our way so we know exactly what's happening in your area. So again, just to reiterate, obviously some slick conditions coming right now in Charlotte. Things for the most part dry. We are seeing some sleet here and there, but again, nothing crazy to write home about right now. But that is going to change as that snow from the Boone and Watauga County area does make its way down to Charlotte. My whole goal in Charlotte for the last 3 years was to build a snowman. I have yet to do that yet, but hopefully today that is different, even if it might just be this big. So that's my hope. So for you guys, I hope you have a good snow day and a safe snow day. But for now, we are live in University City. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Look forward to seeing that snowman.
Yeah, little tiny snowman. You got to go to Boone.
That's the plan.
Austin.
Just check back every hour.
Okay. And there again, speaking from experience, Austin in Missouri, our memories are short though, isn't it, Austin? Because it's like, oh, snow.
Right. It's been almost 3 years.
Yes, exactly, Jane. I think we can really bond on that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, watch out for the car behind you. It looks like he's practicing driving into the sled.
Yeah. And you have some good advice, Austin.
Awesome. We'll see you soon. Seeing on the roads, the signs, though, that's what's slowing. People are obviously doing that. They are trying to get to where they're going or where they need to be for the rest of the day, the rest of the weekend, as Brad has been talking about, because you just don't want to be there on the roads when the snow starts falling here in Charlotte.
And look, I know people are going to get stir crazy. But
they are. Cabin fever.
Stay put for a little bit.
Turn the movie on.
Turn the movie on. Netflix has a lot of great things. This is not a Netflix ad,
WCNC Plus on the computer.
You can watch us. Just stay put for a little bit.
All right. Well, just hours ago, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein spoke about weather preps, taking a moment to focus on our neighbors in the high country.
Here's what he had to say.
We know that those still recovering from Hurricane Helene are especially going to feel the impacts of this storm. Western NCDOT crews began preparing for the storm on Wednesday and have been responding to winter weather in the mountains for weeks, in addition to the incredible work that those DOT crews have been doing to help respond to Hurricane Helene and repair our roads. For anyone displaced from their homes in the western region of the state, we know that many cities and counties are working with local government and nonprofit partners to open locations for folks to be safe and warm tonight and over the weekend. 3 shelters are already going to be in place this evening in Buncombe and in Yancey counties. Earlier this week, I issued an executive order to waive federal restrictions on drivers traveling with propane and other heating fuels so we can get more heat in people's homes. To the people of Western North Carolina, we know this winter storm is coming at a terrible time, making a difficult period in your lives even harder. We are with you every step of the way, and we will not let up. We are committed to doing everything in our power to get you the resources you need to rebuild. And to everyone else in North Carolina, please be safe. Given the information we have at this time, emergency management officials recommend the following tips. Stay in attention with your local weather forecast and be prepared for whatever is expected in your home area. Keep your cell phones, mobile devices, and spare batteries charged in case you experience power outages. Please avoid the roads unless you absolutely must travel. But if you do have to be on the road, store an emergency kit in your vehicle with food, an ice scraper, jumper cables, flashlight, and first aid kit.
Well, some good advice from Governor Josh Stein.
Right.
And take a look at
Gotta
this.
find the ice scraper.
Yeah, I bought one a couple of days ago.
Your screen is not graying out.
Right.
It's Sugar Mountain.
Sugar Mountain. The snow is coming down. You see those skiers. Jane, you're a snowboarder.
They're having a ball.
This is
a former snowboarder.
Former snowboarder.
Yeah,
Okay.
you know, back in the day. Can't do it anymore.
I haven't skied in 20 years.
Oh, really?
It's been that long.
Oh, wow.
I don't even know what I would do.
What you would do?
Probably
you
break
might,
something.
You would have to start out with the little bunnies. Not the bunny slope, but just with the bunnies. We kid.
You know, look,
all in love.
Yeah.
But this is good.
It is. This
is
fun.
pretty. This is why people go up there.
And if you're going to indulge in an activity during the cold weather, this is something Maybe not for me because
Because you don't ski anymore.
I just told the story about how it's been 20 plus years. But for a lot of people, it's a great time. The snow is falling down. It's a beautiful sight. Went to Wonderland up there.
The lifts look like they're not busy. So if you were watching the forecast earlier in the week and like, oh wow, it is really going to have a good snow day towards the weekend, you plan, go up to Sugar Mountain, be there, be on the lift before all this starts coming down, and boom, the mountain is yours. That was the best.
I'm still waiting to see your snowboarding video.
I tried to find it. I couldn't find it. It was, back in the day, almost as long as it's been for you skiing.
Oh, so maybe you need to be on the bunny slopes or with the bunnies or whatever.
No, you take the bunnies.
You know what, Jane?
I'll be with the 4-year-olds learning.
We got hours to go of more me being roasted.
Did you not know there's the Weather Impact Nick Sturdivant roast?
Now I know.
No, this is really nice to look at, though.
Yeah, this is. Well, let's take a look at Gastonia, closer to home.
All right.
It's the
Oh,
ballpark.
yeah.
Whoa,
We can.
Okay.
That is
coming down
right
now.
there now, right in our backyard, other side of 85.
The home of the Ghost Peppers.
That's right. That's
The
their
Ghost Peppers,
name.
that's the name
That
now.
is the name. Ghost Peppers taking a little break from being hot.
Look, I know it's impressive when I hear Brad's reaction.
I just love seeing snow.
Yeah.
I love seeing it.
Brittany and I were talking over here. It's been so long.
Right.
since We've used a lot of these graphics.
Right?
And some of these
Gotta
maps. And like, it
dust them off.
It feels kind of weird. It's like, wow, I forgot what this looked like. And
Right?
it is kind of nice. Yeah, I can officially tell you at the airport, they've been reporting light snow for the past hour, which, and they've had a trace so far. So we need a measurable amount to break that snow drought we were talking about for the last week, remember? That's what, 1,078 days, I think.
Wow.
Yeah.
We had a trace back in December, but that didn't count for the measurable. It has to reach a tenth of an inch. So the lowest measurement of snow, and this will be really useful for people out there who give us reports, you only measure snow to the nearest tenth of an inch. Okay, for rain, we do it to the nearest 1/100th of an inch. So the threshold for snow measurement is a little bit higher because it's about 90% air. So if you're gonna do some measurements for us, try to give it to us in tenths of an inch. And the best way you can do it, some people have a snowboard. It's a 1 by 1 foot white board they put out on their picnic table, whatever. Every hour they'll measure, then clean it off, and then add up the totals. But if you don't want to be that skillful, the other way to do it is just go on the grass that hasn't been walked on and take 3 separate measurements and average them out. That's usually a good way to do it.
That is some good advice. And you
That's
mentioned
great.
airport, Brad. I do want to clarify. I said 700 delays earlier. No, this 717 cancellations.
Oh, man.
And 108 delays.
Well, you guys
so
know
far.
this morning they had a plane slid off the runway at Atlanta.
Yeah.
And so not only did that delay, but then the investigation into that, and there were some injuries, that's backed up Atlanta's airport. And then DFW, which Dallas-Fort Worth, which is a huge American hub, they had this storm last night and this morning, so they had thousands of cancellations. I have a lot of friends who were trying to go to the Cotton Bowl tonight,
Yeah.
and they were trying to get rid of their tickets because they couldn't make it. Their flights were canceled
Oh,
to
no.
Dallas. So that has caused a lot of havoc.
Wow. That's awful. But yeah, and it doesn't take much anyway to wreak havoc to our airport system.
Yeah.
But yeah, between what you said there, Brad, Atlanta and Dallas and here, it's just going to be, it's going to be a rough
That's
travel
why
weekend.
we've been saying all week, just if you can be where you have to be, just stay put. It's not, you don't have to be snowed in this weekend. It's really just be snowed in tonight.
Yeah.
You'll be fine once we get to tomorrow afternoon. We should see some breaks develop. And we will see refreezes, though. Just keep you in the back of your mind. Saturday night, maybe even Monday morning, maybe some school delays, because those side streets will likely see some melting and then refreezing each night. So just something to keep in your mind. But during the day, I'm always a big fan of when the sun is up around here is when you can get out and travel, because Mother Nature and the salt work together to make those roads much, much better.
And really, it's getting out of the neighborhood.
Right.
That takes the longest once you're on the
Because
main
most
street.
neighborhoods aren't covered by any DOT. It's up to the local HOA or maybe a landscape company or something. And if why would you spend money on salt and ice and snow removal when you only get it, maybe once every couple years.
1,000 days.
Yeah, exactly. So
1,077.
save some money. That's one way to cut a corner, and it's sometimes, but it's worth it. But on a day like this, you're like, I wish I had a bag of rock salt.
All right, well, so just hours ago, North Carolina Emergency Management spoke about the ways the agency is preparing for this snow event.
That's right, and here's what they had to say.
Hazardous travel conditions are expected today and may continue into Saturday night. Areas of black ice will be possible, and we ask that all North Carolinians continue to watch the weather and stay off the roads. Unnecessary travel not only puts you at risk, but also the public safety personnel that will need to respond if there is an issue. The more vehicles we have on the road also makes it tougher on crews with the Department of Transportation to treat and clear roadways and get them back open again. If you must drive in winter conditions, our partners with the State Highway Patrol advise reducing speed significantly, increasing distance between other vehicles, and clearing all snow and ice from your vehicle before traveling. Given the forecast, let's make their work easier by staying off the roads unless absolutely necessary. We've been monitoring this weather system for a number of days and have remained in close communication with our local emergency managers across the state as we evaluate resource and support needs. The State Emergency Response Team has been activated and is working with key partners such as the Department of Transportation, the North Carolina National Guard, the State Highway Patrol, and utilities, as well as others. A state of emergency was issued yesterday in preparation for this event, and as of this morning, we have 2 local states of emergency with 9 county emergency operations centers activated in western North Carolina to support operations at the local level. While there are currently no shelters open across North Carolina, we know that shelters are anticipated to open in Buncombe and Yancey counties this evening, and we remain in close coordination with our human services partners to support additional capability as needed. Warming shelters are also being opened across the state, and we anticipate more as we move throughout the day and into the evening. Based on the forecasted impacts, the North Carolina National Guard has alerted more than 100 soldiers to assist emergency management in their efforts to support communities impacted by this storm. They have more than 30 vehicles, and the Guard started pre-positioning many of these teams yesterday to locations across both the western and central part of the state. Their primary mission is to support local emergency services. They are actively engaged and ready to respond as needed. They have also staged aviation support in the west as a contingency for when the weather has cleared. We have also deployed teams to support DOT in keeping major interstate roadways clear. These teams are stationed along Old Fort in McDowell County, Saluda Grade in Polk County, and Turner Grade in Surrey County. North Carolina's utility partners are planning for restoration operations statewide as needed. Please also keep in mind that power outages may occur in areas due to the weight of the snow or ice accumulation on tree limbs and power lines. If your power goes out, ensure generators are operated outside and away from open windows or doors to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Never burn charcoal indoors or use a gas grill indoors. Properly vent any kerosene heaters and use battery-powered sources for light instead of candles to reduce the risk of fire. Please remember to utilize 911 only for emergencies. If you need general information regarding the storm, please call 211 and leave those emergency lines open. You can also enable emergency alerts on your mobile device to make sure you receive life-saving notifications. Finally, all Tropical Storm Helene disaster recovery centers in western North Carolina will be closed today and tomorrow due to the forecasted impacts of the storm. The plan is for these centers to reopen on Monday at 8 a.m. Survivors that are requiring assistance can still call FEMA's 1-800 number for assistance or contact the North Carolina Disaster Case Management Program.
And that's officials with emergency management with North Carolina. And we're going to take a break here on the streaming side of things. We're going to give you a quick update on WCNC Charlotte.
All right, in the meantime, we will leave you with this shot. Getting busy there out in Beach Mountain. I like this shot. I know you keep on trying to take it. You should just take it.
Yeah. Oh, you talking about the
spy cam shot?
I like that spy cam shot. Well, can they hear me on the stream?
I don't know.
Maybe. Hey, Mom.
Bing bong. Yeah, this is when we need the.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich here. We're keeping you weather aware because we've got snow, the first snow in Charlotte in 3 years. Now, we don't know if it's measurable yet, but it is snowing to the airport. It won't take long, trust me. Depending where you are, you're seeing a snow sleet mix or all snow or all sleet. The good news, no freezing rain yet. That's going to change, but primarily snow right now. I was just outside literally 30 seconds ago outside our studio. Very light snowfall. And what's happening is the upper levels are much more moist than the low levels, which are dry. So it's taking a while for the low levels to moisten up. So the flakes are starting small, sporadic. They'll pick up in intensity as things get moist through the evening hours and the temperature continues to fall. Now, temperatures at the surface right now are hovering in the low 30s, but as more precipitation falls, and yes, there's more on the way, it's going to cause evaporative cooling. So we will see the temperature tumble likely several degrees below freezing. The ground temperatures, that means the soil 4 inches deep in the low to mid 30s. The surface of roads, streets, bridges, your patio, your front stoop, all that stuff is basically in the 20s as well. So this stuff is going to stick immediately. And if we get freezing rain on top of this, we're going to have some big problems. But there's a big burst of moisture right here. This is the axis of the heaviest moisture plume. It's coming up into northern Georgia, the mountains of southwestern North Carolina. This is likely going to be the biggest burst of snow or sleet. So it starts light now. That burst is coming through right during the evening. So if you are going to be traveling at all in the next couple of hours, make sure you get to where you want to be for the rest of the night by 5 o'clock, because once the sun starts to go down, we're going to have big time problems. Our futurecast, short range futurecast, shows snow on and off, light snow again. It'll be steady at times, some moderate burst here and there, but this is the heavy stuff. Watch this come in right around 6, 7 o'clock. Notice the pink showing up as well. That's likely the freezing rain and sleet mixing in at times. So this is actually where we get more problems, because this is going to mix with some of that heavier precipitation, which is falling right now and likely glaciating all over the road surface. So this is going to cause some problems. So good news, DOT's pre-treated a lot of these roads. Hopefully the first batches won't stick as much, but as we get into the evening hours and temperatures fall and or you get a big burst of precipitation, that's going to cause issues. By 9 o'clock, there's a break here and there, and it'll be sporadic at times. It could pick back up around midnight, but it looks a lot more like a mix here at this time. If I'm worried about ice, I think it's going to be after 10 p.m. and that could give us some icing, especially down here where you see the temperatures near 32. That's likely where there's going to be a bigger ice threat. And then by about 3, 4 in the morning, most of this moves out. Now in the mountains, this is going to continue for a while. In fact, the snow in the mountains might persist all the way through Saturday afternoon. So here we are, top of the hour, 3 o'clock, snow across the entire region, sleet and freezing rain by 6 or 7 o'clock. By 1 a.m. becomes kind of patchy. Could see some freezing drizzle in there as well. Maybe even some freezing mist at times. And then by tomorrow morning, roads are icy and covered, but they should start to dry out as we get into the morning hours by 10 or 11. If you're looking for a time frame maybe to leave the house tomorrow, middle of the day is going to be the best spot. I'm talking 10, 11, 12 o'clock. That's when temperatures should be back up. We'll have another update coming up in about 30 minutes. You can always check the latest, though, as we continue to stream on WCNC+.
Scroll back to the top.
We're at the top of the rundown here.
Well, we are back here on WCNC Plus, WCNC Charlotte mobile app, and you saw the snowflakes coming down in Gastonia at the ballpark.
Yeah,
Look nice.
Even falling closer a little bit. Brad saying that there's trace now coming down at CLT at Charlotte Douglas.
Yep.
And
we want to send it over to Anna King, who is in Gastonia right now. We see the snowflakes coming down. At least she has a hat on.
yes, good girl, Anna. You listen to Nick's
I have
mom.
my hat on because it's really coming down. It's really coming down at this point. It really started around 1 p.m., but I'll step out of frame so you can see what is going on behind me. As you can see, it is actually starting to stick here. And this is right along with what was projected for this area. It started around, again, 1 p.m. and until 3 p.m. You're supposed to see most of the snowfall, but officials are still encouraging people to stay off the roads even after that. They say that way the roadways can be open just in case that someone here is injured or stuck somewhere in this winter weather.
The speed limits are designed for when the roads are in perfect condition, but as the roads begin to deteriorate, we need to bring our speeds down a little bit, increase our falling distances. In the event that we have a power outage and you come to a four-way intersection and the power's out, treat it as a four-way stop. Make sure that no one's coming through the intersection before you proceed on.
And the National Weather Service also adds that in some areas there could soon be ice on the road here, making traveling potentially hazardous. So remember to reduce your speed, accelerate and brake gently, and also, of course, be careful while steering. Back to you guys.
And there's quite a few folks on the road there in Gastonia, too.
Yeah, a little concerning there, but all right, so far so good. It is coming down as predicted. Thank you very much, Anna. We'll check in with you a little bit later. In the meantime, we're getting another picture of what things are looking like, this time in Hickory.
Yeah, let's send it over to WCNC Charlotte's Jesse Pierre. Jesse, I see the snow coming down there. You're bundled up. Tell us what's going on there.
Yes, so it's been coming down here. Started about an hour ago. Yes, I'm bundled up. I got a hat under here. I got layers. And you can see a little bit of the wet roadways on this side. And you can see some of the accumulation on the sideway grass and so forth. Now, here in Hickory, preparations are well underway with the city who deployed its newest weapon, a state-of-the-art brine system capable of producing thousands of gallons of brine in just over an hour. Crews have been coating roads, bridges, and overpasses to keep snow and ice from sticking, giving them a head start on clearing paths for emergency and essential travel. I did stop by a grocery store earlier and I spoke to a few people who were doing some last-minute shopping and buying some essentials. But for the most part, people I spoke to say they're looking forward to the snow.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the snow. I love snow. I'm from the UK, so kind of similar weather sometimes.
I'm from South Texas, so this is not something I get to see a lot at all, so I'm really excited.
I really like the snow. I like being able to play outside with my friends and feel like a little kid again, so I'm excited about it.
Now, the city does encourage folks to stay home if they can. It just gives crews a little bit more space to work and get roads cleared as quickly as possible. So again, pretty light right now. It's been going down a little bit for about an hour, just a little bit of flurries. It is cold, so I am bundled up. So if you do have to go out for essentials, make sure you get those gloves, get that hat, and make sure you're well covered up. Live in Hickory, Jesse Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Jesse also listening to Nick's mom. Good job.
Hey, look, I know we stress the importance of, being safe on the
Sure.
road. Make sure you take your time if you're out on the road. But, I mean, that young lady made a good point. Just having a great time out there.
That's
with some of
true.
the snow.
That's true. It is
The
nice to
snow that we're
see.
getting.
And people have been saying, Brad, if it's going to be this cold, let it snow. So here we go.
Yeah, it would be horrible to waste all this cold weather and not get a single flake of snow, but we are starting to see it fall out there. It is still mixing with sleet a lot. Sleet is going to be the primary thing that's mixing in with the snow. This is downtown Monroe, and it might be hard to tell on the camera, but we certainly have light snow and sleet falling there. We have it falling out here at the studio as well. Every single county in our viewing area is under a winter storm warning. That's pretty rare to see the entire area under a winter storm warning. Not only has it been long, it's been a long time since we've seen such a widespread event. We've had some flurries here and there. Actually, back in December, we had a trace of snow at the airport in a few spots, saw some flurries. But you could see where there is snow falling. Some of the blues are where the heavier bands are. Looks like a heavy band of sleet and snow to the south. There's a pretty heavy band right now moving through Gaston County. In fact, we're watching the camera over at Gastonia's baseball stadium there, it's really come down. In fact, it looks like it's accumulating. So we know that is actually reaching the ground. There's a little break around Lake Norman, not getting reports of Mooresville, but then you go to Statesville to Salisbury, it picks back up. So when you get into these darker shades of blue, that's where you're seeing heavier snow. The purples, that's the heavier sleet. And if we see anything in the form of pink, that's going to be the dreaded freezing rain. Temperatures right now around 31, 32 degrees, but falling. So we're seeing temperatures slip below the freezing mark. So that means we're getting evaporation going on, which is going to cool the atmosphere down even more. And the big fire hose of moisture is still back to the west. When this moves through this evening, which I think will be between maybe 5 p.m. and 9 p.m., that's when we'll see the biggest burst of snow, sleet, and likely ice. And then on the backside, just scattered flurries. So let's go hour by hour. Your short-range rapid refresh model here will show you all the snow on and on again, off again through the evening. By about 5, 6 o'clock, you see the burst of heavier snow. Pink starts sneaking in here. That's sleet and likely a little bit of freezing rain. So the dreaded mix along and south of I-85, solidly snow to the north, though I wouldn't be surprised to see some sleet as far north as, let's say, Interstate 40, so Morganton, Hickory, maybe Statesville, but it's primarily going to be snow there. Snow fills back in around 10 or 11, again, mixes with freezing rain and sleet, and then we get towards 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. That starts to shift out of the region. Drier air starts filtering in. It stays cold with temperatures below average. So here we are, 3 o'clock, widespread snow across most of the area. It's pretty light, starts picking up in intensity this evening, mixes with more sleet. And then as we get towards tomorrow morning, we'll see the precipitation start to move away and actually start to dry things out a little bit. But the roads are going to remain icy through the morning hours. What we're seeing right now is primary snow or sleet. There's a very narrow, what we call warm nose, that little pocket of warm air above our heads around 5,000 to 7,000 feet or so. That's melting some of the flakes. They're refreezing on the way down. That's why you get sleet. As you get deeper into the warm layer, it becomes less sleet and starts mixing with liquid rain, which then freezes on contact because the ground is 32 degrees or lower. Believe it or not, the only winter precipitation type where it has to be 32 at the ground is freezing rain. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to freeze. The definition is freezing rain, so it has to be at the freezing mark. You can get sleet and snow if the surface temperatures are as warm sometimes. I've seen it close to 50 in rare occasions, but 40 is not unheard of because it's so cold above our heads and it doesn't have time to melt on the way down. So once we get that 32 degree mark, that's the concern. That's also when the ice will be a big problem. I'm going to get out of the way of this so you can see the next 21 hours, because this will give you a real good idea how long we're going to be at or below freezing. Starting basically now, we're down to 31, so it's actually colder than even our forecast. We're probably going to dip into the upper 20s for several hours tonight and stay below freezing all the way through mid-morning tomorrow. Notice it's not until probably 11 a.m. that we get above freezing. The good news, the sun will be out, the wind will be picking up. That should start to dry out and kind of melt the roads down a little bit. So we should see better weather develop by then. But right now, we're just tracking the snow. So if you see snow, you can see every once in a while some flakes, or it looks like maybe sleet in Monroe. If you can report what's happening in your location, make sure you give us a time as well as a location and what's falling. Is it sleet? Is it snow? Is it freezing rain? Is it just rain? We'd love to get those reports. The Near Me feature is a great tool on our app, the WCNC app. You can send those directly to us and we'll share them with everybody. It helps us track the storm as it moves in as well, guys.
All right, thank you for that update, Brad. Now let's check on how things are at Charlotte Douglas International Airport. We've been talking about it throughout this streamcast, and you can see it right there. 111 delays at the airport, 720 cancellations. That's up just a bit from our update less than an hour ago.
Yeah, the numbers keep on going up. And I'm looking, I don't know if I'm reading this right on FlightAware, but by origin airport, so from Dallas to Charlotte Douglas, 100% of the flights from Dallas to the Queen City are canceled.
Wow.
Cool.
So check your flights, check delays in flights to and from Charlotte Douglas Airport.
And Charlotte Douglas International Airport actually, tweeting some updates. We're relaying that information from their X account. They basically said they remain fully open and operational. And as we often mention when we talk about the airport, they want to make sure folks are checking the status of their flight. And their staff is, doing 12-hour rotating shifts there at the airport, de-icing the vehicles, the planes. And they also did some pre-treatment on the airfield and surrounding roads, which began last night. along with some routine maintenance going on at the airport. I know there are a lot of delays, a lot of cancellations, but
American Airlines, 50% of their flights today are canceled. I hesitate to say because that's kind of crazy sounding. 50% of American airline flights in and out of Charlotte Douglas are canceled. So, I mean, that number makes sense with 720 cancellations today alone.
And just be patient at the airport. If you're at the airport, headed to the airport, be patient. Those crews are working around the clock to be fully operational there at Charlotte Douglas International Airport.
All right, well, earlier today, WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris spoke with Kent Brown. He's the Division Chief of Operations for the Boone Fire Department.
Yeah, we wanted to play part of their conversation for you right now. Listen in.
Today, obviously, we're starting to see a bit of snow, maybe more than what we're used to seeing, or maybe the biggest snowfall that Boone may be seeing this year. So what does that mean for your guys' daily tasks for Boone?
So we prepare for a lot of this type of weather, winter weather in the fall. We make sure that tire chains are readily available and that they're already ready to go on the apparatus. They're sized and ready to be put on. We keep heaters, bullet heaters, kerosene heaters on all our trucks, and we go through those in the fall to make sure they're ready to operate for the winter. In case we're out for an extended period of time during cold weather, we have a way to stay somewhat warm. But as far as today, obviously we're making the final preparations with putting the chains on the tires on the trucks to make sure that we have that extra security on the road as far as getting places and hoping, that we don't, slide and that we're able to access roads that might not be accessible in a two-wheel drive apparatus otherwise.
As far as your guys' impact on the community, I mean, is this going to be treated like a normal day? Do you guys get readily available to respond to any emergencies? What kind of changes or challenges that you guys look forward to facing, really?
Really, other than just making sure that the trucks are chained and, once they're chained and due to the cold weather, we don't go out and do today, like a lot of days, the guys might be doing fire inspections and things like that. But due to the weather, we're holding everybody in the stations to make sure that we're readily able to respond to whatever the weather we encounter from that.
What's the biggest thing you really want people in whether it's Boone or gets a chance to see what's happening in Boone with the snow? What do you want them to know?
With the changing road conditions, I mean, in the last 30 minutes, the road here in front of Station 1's gone from dry to, maybe a half inch of snow on it. And people need to give the road crews a chance to get out and work and, treat the roads, push the snow off, and, stay out of their way, because the more people that are out there, that just delays them getting the roads cleared. And then, of course, things can happen, accidents, and then, that ties other resources up and, puts us out there in that weather also.
I can imagine that there's going to be probably an uptick in possible responses, or at least prepared for that to be the case. Is there any other changes with your staffing, like hour shifts changing, more staffing available, anything like that for you guys' department?
Not at this point. The shift is full for today, and we have administrative staff that are also in during the day. And then all of our personnel, whether they're, volunteer or paid people, they're available for recall when they're off duty for those incidents that will require more people, or if things do get busy.
My last question for you, Ken, is that what is the one thing that you guys are keeping a close eye on here within the next 12 to 24 hours?
Obviously, the amount of snowfall, and then I believe they're also seeing winds tomorrow to maybe hit 40 mile an hour. So that's going to create blowing snow conditions. Possible some whiteout conditions that can make driving difficult and dangerous. And of course, when you have blowing snow, even if the road crews are out pushing, the roads get covered back over very quickly. So, staying off the roads, staying at home if you can, only coming out, if you really absolutely have to. And, things that we think about with winds is power outages. And if you lose, your heat source, making sure that if you have a backup heat source, that it is a approved and safe heat source to be used inside. Things like that. So those kind of things, those type of incidents can increase in weather like this.
Well, you're taking a live look right now in Gastonia at Caramount Health Ballpark, the home of the Ghost Peppers.
That's right.
In Gastonia.
The snow is falling, been coming down there for the last, I don't know, half hour at least or so. I just looked at the distance from there to the Charlotte proper area. It's just 23 miles away.
A little over 30 minutes
along
away.
85, along I-85, so.
And we checked in with Anna King, WCNC Charlotte.
And it was falling, yeah?
It was falling, pretty nicely
and
there.
a little busy there on the road, so that is of a concern if you do need to make your way out and about on the roads, trying to get those last minute provisions for the night.
Or hopefully you're just making it back home. You're just trying to make it back home from work on a Friday.
That's always the best.
So. Well, the winter weather also comes with some health concerns.
Dr. Carrie Watson, the trauma medical director at Piedmont Medical Center, talked about some of the injuries they see the most and the things that you should watch out for.
With winter weather, it's three main categories of injuries. So first, let's kind of start at home and just being around the house. So with this weather, obviously ice. So we think about people going down to the mail, going out and about, whether out playing or having to kind of be outside with the kids, and that's the falling. So people think about, trip and fall and slip and fall, but also curbs oftentimes have a lot of ice. That's kind of a hidden spot for people. And so when you're stepping up on a curb, be very conscientious. You can roll an ankle, break an ankle, fall. We see a lot of hip fractures. So I always say with anyone who has any mobility issues, if you're already using a walker or a cane, if you don't have to go out in the weather and be out on the slick areas, then stay indoors. So the falling is probably number one. And then of course, with the cold weather, we think about burns. So people will be outside doing the fun things like bonfires, whenever it's just chilly, even tonight, maybe the next couple of nights. But really, we think about those space heaters being inside the house, having to use generators, candles maybe to warm. So you want to be conscientious that if you are using a space heater, following those factory guidelines about how far you need to be away, making sure that all the wires are safe, nothing is frayed, not overloading those outlets because, home fires are still an issue and concern. Safely using candles and things of that nature. If the power does go out, making sure you're blowing candles out, not leaving them unattended, and following those guidelines. And then of course, lastly is going to be those motor vehicle collisions. So though we say stay home if you can, we recognize that you still have to go out and run errands. Maybe you have to go get food, run to work. There are definitely reasons we're still out on the roads. So preparing your car and being ready in case you do have any issues where you are stuck and you have a car accident or a wreck, and then being a little slower, giving more space between yourself and other vehicles for slipping and sliding. Being prepared for that is a huge one that we see.
Well, there's a look at some of the snow coming down in Bessemer City. Thanks to Kyle Lanassa for sending us the video. He's staying home safe, it looks like. Send us the view out your door like Kyle is, and you can use the Near Me feature. That's inside the WCNC Charlotte mobile app to send us your photos and videos right now.
Bessemer City and Gaston County. So also you see it in other parts outside of Gastonia. Well, here's a look at Boone. This is the snow. It looks beautiful there in Boone. Thanks to Thomas Tarter for sending us these photos to our newsroom. We saw it earlier from the campus of Appalachian State University. Man, a winter wonderland. We didn't see too many cars out there on the road. That's the good news. But so folks are, again, great to see folks sending us these pictures.
Yeah, keep it coming.
Keep it coming.
All right. It is a sight we haven't seen in years, so you can understand why people are very excited or not about it. Crews across our area already on the roads. They've been doing that for the past couple of days, preparing for snow and ice. Yeah, they typically do so using two different substances, salt and brine. But what's the difference between the two when it comes to making roads safe for the drive on? WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg went to officials to verify.
When you think about salt and brine, you may ask yourself what's the differences and why use one over the other to treat roads. So to get answers, we went to the North Carolina Department of Transportation. So first, let's take a look at brine. It's a solution of water and salt, and it is used to pre-treat roadways in dry conditions when temperatures are above 18 degrees. It's loaded onto holding tanks and sprayed on roads. So here's what it can do. It can prevent snow and ice from bonding with the road surface. It keeps snow from being compacted by traffic, and it is more effective and coats roadways better than just plain salt or sand. Meanwhile, sand is usually used after storms to help clear roads. Salt helps melt the remaining snow and ice. Crews usually use a mixture of salt and sand because sand helps break up the ice and adds extra traction for vehicles. With your Verify, I'm Megan Bragg.
Definitely seeing a lot of that on the roads leading up to today.
Yeah, I saw a lot of it like, I don't know, I didn't feel like it's a waste, but it's just maybe pushed aside. Because people driving through it.
Again, we haven't seen it in over 1,000 days,
Right,
Jane,
right.
so
People,
it's a new sight for us.
Did you say 1,000 years?
I said 1,000 days.
1,000 days. Feels like 1,000 years. Right now, people in Charlotte have been making that final dash to local hardware and grocery stores to stock up on supplies before snow starts to fall here.
WCNC Charlotte's Destiny Richards was at Black Hawk Hardware earlier today among the crowds.
Customers are scouring the Charlotte area, looking for winter supplies ahead of the first winter storm in 3 years. Craig Anderson is the general manager of Black Hawk Hardware and says they've had things just waiting in storage for this kind of weather.
Pulled it all out over the weekend. It started trickling out. Then as the vent got closer, it really started flooding out.
With sleet and freezing rain in the forecast, ice melt has been a hot item. Eric Schottmeyer is from the mountains in Virginia and says it's important to be prepared, but don't panic.
Well, I'd say just don't freak out, first of all. I say as I've been to 4 different places this morning, my goal is just like put the melt down, keep it from, accumulating too much on our driveway and sidewalks.
But it's not all business as the winter storm approaches.
I have a new sled, so I'm excited to ride in the snow.
Sadly, Black Hawk Hardware is all out of sleds. But Anderson says to come get what you can before it's all gone.
When something happens in the Carolinas, everybody goes crazy and supplies disappear.
Take a look at this.
What is that?
Larry Updike sent us this video. This is sleet on Fishing Creek Lake in southwest Lancaster. That's in South Carolina. Sleet, yes. I know a lot. We've been talking a lot about snow, and folks are excited about snow.
Freezing rain.
My inbox
sleet,
is busy
snow.
with when is the snow?
Right?
Snow.
That's the talk.
Sleet and ice. That's also the talk.
It is. And that's what really makes things dangerous. Brad and Brittany making things very clear for us today. And straightening out the facts from fiction.
Yeah, and leading up to today, we've gone more than, we mentioned it earlier, 1,000 days. It feels like 1,000 years without measurable snow in Charlotte. And there are some myths out there saying it could be too cold to snow.
That's right. Yeah, WCNC Charlotte meteorologist Brittany Van Voorhees busts that myth in our Weather IQ.
Meteorologists aren't exactly sure where the myth came from, but it's absolutely not true. Although snow has become rarer in Charlotte, it has nothing to do with temperatures that are too low. It can never be too cold to snow. Come on, guys, remember, it snows in Antarctica. When moist air rises and cools, water vapor clings to floating particles of dust and pollen. If it's cold enough, the water freezes into these complex crystals we call snow. But moisture is actually a more important factor in the development of snow than temperature. This is why certain locations, like near the Great Lakes, experience lake effect snow. The lake infuses moisture into the atmosphere, which feeds the process. While it can't be too cold to snow, we often won't see heavy snowfall when it's below 15 degrees, and there's even less snow below zero. The frigid air is just too dry to produce larger flakes to make it down to the ground. As the air gets colder and colder, snow crystals form, but they don't develop into the fluffy, large flakes we might like, due to the lack of water in the atmosphere. Similar to Virga during warmer times of the year, the precipitation will evaporate after leaving the bottom of the cloud. For WCNC Charlotte, I'm meteorologist Brittany Van Voorhees.
Good to know.
Yeah, that is good to know. We are going to take a break from here, from WCNC Plus and your stream, to go to the on-air broadcast, a little bit of a break there.
And Brad will give you updates as far as conditions here in our area. We want to leave you with this picture. This is a live picture from App State's Hickory campus. You see the snow accumulating there on the ground and on the roads there.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich. It's 3 o'clock, and this is right when we expected the snow and sleet to start really coming down, and it is in many locations, High Brighton Mountain being one of those. That's not fog, that is snow, and it's steady snow up there in Caldwell County. Entire area under that winter storm warning right now. And depending on where you are right now, you're seeing a combination of snow, sleet, or some mix of in between. That's kind of been the trend. There are some lulls here and there. You see some breaks. Again, this is not going to be a constant moderate snow. It's going to be light, it's going to wane, it's going to go up, just like rain. Rain does the same things, comes in waves. So we've got some breaks in Union County, it looks like Lancaster County, but it starts to pick back up in York, and then really heavy stuff back here in the upstate. So there's one little band that's pushing through right now. There's a break currently over Monroe down towards Indian Land and Waxhaw, but this will fill back in as we go through the evening. Temperatures again hovering right around 31, 32 degrees or so. As you look back to the west, you see this big plume of moisture moving into northern Georgia, western part of North Carolina. That's going to move through here in the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 hours. So think 5, 6, 7 o'clock. That's why we want you to be where you're going to be by 5 o'clock for two reasons. One, we know the heavier precipitation's moving in. And also we know that's when the temperature is going to really drop as the sun goes down at around 5:30. Now our futurecast shows these ebbs and flows of snow picking up though by 4, 5, 6 o'clock. And then this is the heavy stuff this evening during the what would typically be our evening commute. Hopefully not too many people out there. That is going to be the bulk of it. And then we go through the overnight hours. The temperatures continue to tumble. There'll be breaks from time to time. There will be surges of it again. It looks like after midnight with maybe some freezing rain, which is not good news. But eventually even that will come to an end around 4 in the morning, except for the mountains where we'll see snow linger for a while. So when we look at your timeline, snowing right now, obviously through the evening hours is when we really expect the worst weather after sunset till about 2 or 3 in the morning. Tomorrow morning, you're going to wake up to ice and snow covered roads, obviously, but as we get closer to the middle of the day, we should see a break. What's happening right now is this warm layer loft is mixing the snow and the sleet together. If this warm layer thickens up above our heads, it could transition to freezing rain. But the other thing that's impacting this is you get heavy precipitation, it will actually cool that layer down a little bit and create snow. So the heavier it gets, the more likely it is to change back over to just snow or sleet for a brief period of time. Now, if you're looking for when can I get out tomorrow after I'm in tonight, like we want you to do, this is the 21-hour temperature forecast. And notice temperatures already below freezing now. We're going to stay there all evening, all night, and all the way through about 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. So after 11 a.m., I think that's when we'll start to see some rapid improvement. Still cold tomorrow, but above freezing during the day. And yes, there will likely be a refreeze coming up tomorrow night, especially those side roads. Anything that melts and gets wet and then refreezes tomorrow night will likely cause issues, but the main roads should be pretty good. But you've still got time. Here it is, 3:03 as I'm talking to you right now. As we get closer to sunset, 5:30, that's when you need to be where you're going to be for the rest of the night. as we begin to see the temperatures really plummet and they get really cold. We'll have another update coming up at the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, with our news and keep you covered through the evening. But you can always go over to WCNC Plus, where we will continue to stream throughout the evening.
And we are back on WCNC Plus. We are keeping you weather aware today as snow and wintry conditions will soon be making an impact, already making an impact where most people in our area live. Thank you for joining us for our weather coverage stream. I'm Nick Sturdivant.
And I'm Jane Monreal. So it's been quite some time since communities south of the high country have gotten any real measurable snowfalls. We've been hearing from Brad. So we do want to make sure you're prepared. We have our weather impact team in studio as well as live crews out across all over our area tracking those conditions.
But first, we have some video into our newsroom, new video showing snow impacts across the South right now. Let's head over to Memphis, Tennessee. You see their road conditions this morning. Again, this is Memphis, Tennessee. Jane said it perfectly, because that can be a scary sight if you're not used to driving on this stuff. Even if you are, you just want to take your time.
Right.
Like this car is doing.
Seriously, and that looked like it was probably in the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the snowplows sometimes don't get to the roads that early, or it takes a while to have them in your area. But that's Memphis. Check this out. Snow this morning at Birmingham Shuttlesworth International Airport in Alabama. So same thing there. As I was looking at some the airport delays and cancellations, now up to 723
Keeps inching higher.
cancellations. That is just for today in and out of Charlotte Douglas Airport. That's right here, folks. So check out your flight status because it could either be delayed. We have 115 delays now so far, but 723 cancellations, a lot of them from areas like Alabama, Dallas, Fort Worth, where that weather is impacting. That's the storm we're seeing from Dallas.
And Atlanta, too.
And Atlanta, oh my goodness, you had friends that
yeah, they
were posting.
I've seen the pictures from Atlanta, from our friends in Atlanta. Look, we talked about delays, cancellations, being safe on the road. Let's talk about the fun stuff.
Yeah, this is good.
These are kids in Atlanta taking the snow day to heart. I'm kind of jealous right now. Here's video of some of them sledding in Grant Park earlier today, having a good time. This is what it's all about.
Right.
You're having a safe time.
Safe and good time.
As can be.
You say you're jealous, but all you do is say how cold it is. So I don't know what you want.
That's the part of this.
Brittany's saying the same thing.
All Nick does is complain about eating more layers.
Here's the thing.
What's the thing, Sturdivant?
Here's the thing. When it's hot, we complain that it's hot. When it's cold, we complain that it's cold. So I'm just keeping up tradition.
Tradition.
This is Clemson right here on your screen. More fun. Students enjoying snow days. Clemson University. Man, this is video showing Bowman Field there. I asked Jane earlier if she can make a snowball and throw it like Buddy the Elf. I doubt she can.
I don't know if there's enough snow there.
That's a little bit. You can scrape it all together. If you make a lap around the field,
totally.
You'll totally have a snowball.
It'll be melted by the time I get all the way around.
And this is Hickory. This is the
no snowballs there.
No snowballs there. This is Appalachian State Hickory campus there. Quite a few folks on the road there. Hopefully they're on the way to make it back home from work or wherever they're going.
That's so you can see some of the snowfall, but it melts either when it hits the ground or by the time it hits the ground, or the ground has been brined and prepared. So safe road conditions for you now. But as we go to Boone, Boone has been seeing some heavy snowfall for most of the day.
Yeah, let's send it over to Miles Harris, who now is wearing a hat.
Good job, Miles.
Good job, Miles.
Nick, you were sounding like my mom. Where's the hat
your
at?
moms are talking to each other.
Look, I got a text like, where's the hat at? Look, just for the elements to show you how much that snowfall was out here in Boone, I took the hat off for the first hit. It is back on right now. Maybe my nose is a little red. I don't really know. It is a little cold out here. But when we're talking about the impact of what the snow and really the weather is out here guys, again, you're starting to still see a little bit of that snow coming down here. The temperatures starting to kind of fall off a little bit here as well, dripping down lower and lower into those teens, maybe more so in those 20s. But as far as what kind of an impact and what kind of elements we're talking talking about here. Roadways, those are starting to see some impacts as well here. Now, the good news is being out here along this downtown here, this is King Street here, it looks pretty clean here, pretty smooth, right? And that's because we've seen a lot of crews out here, a lot of plow trucks making their way out here, pushing that snow off the roadways here, which is good, helps out with that visibility, helps out with that commute as well. But as far as the impacts of that roadway here, again, we're seeing a lot of crews out here and a lot of departments really bracing for what can come with today's weather and those temperatures as well. So we checked in with Boone's Department of Emergency Services as they share with us on their insight on how they really get ready and when it comes into stepping into action when needed with conditions like this.
We do typically put on an extra telecommunicator in the 911 center just to help out with call volume. We get a lot of property damage accidents, so minor fender benders, things like that. So helping to triage those calls and get help needed get help to where it's needed as fast as we can. Depending on how the event plays out, sometimes we'll chain up some vehicles, and departments will do that according to their own protocol as far as putting chains on emergency apparatus, making sure they're taking their 4-wheel drive stuff, that kind of thing.
Now, not just those emergency departments and crews that are really bracing for the temperatures and the weather out here today. A couple of the local businesses out here have decided to close their doors because of the weather, because of that winter storm, just trying to be safe out here and really trying to keep people out of harm's way when it comes to dealing with the weather today. Now, again, it's been pretty quiet out here. There have been some people out here that have really been braving the temperatures out here, braving that snow out here. So if you are making your way out here, as we actually see a plow truck out here, be safe. Make sure that you're taking your time out here when it comes to dealing with the temperatures and the weather out here. And we're going to keep you guys posted really throughout the day today. But yeah, it's definitely feeling like pretty winter-like out here, Nick and Jane.
I think Miles was showing off earlier because Miles was talking about, hey, I don't need to have him to show him the accumulations on my head. He's from Ohio, so he's used to
Putting you on blast there, Miles.
I think he was showing off a little bit. It's okay,
Isn't he? Listen, you guys, we have to stay safe out here, man. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's cold. It's cold.
Okay, do you have those hand shaky warmer things?
Yeah.
You shake them.
I have it all. I have 6 layers on, Jane. I'm not playing around today.
I was like, he knows what's up.
Excuse me.
All right, Miles.
Yeah.
He's the pro.
This is not my first rodeo.
Exactly. All right, Miles. See you in a bit. He's got a long night in the cold and the snow, so we feel for him.
Well, let's send it over to Austin Walker, who is at Freedom Park in Charlotte. Definitely not the scene like it is in Boone where Miles is, but some of that stuff is headed Austin's way. What are you seeing out there, Austin?
Yeah, hey guys, definitely not what Miles is seeing, but still just as cold. Obviously, I also have my layers on. I said I was like a big fat burrito walking out of my house today because I was going to be freezing. But that being said, obviously, some things we should be considering is that yes, right now snow is falling just a little bit. We're seeing it fall from the sky right now, but nothing like Boone and the Watauga County areas. But things we also consider is that those slick spots, as the temperatures drop, are really going to be impacting your roadways. Right here, it does actually show you kind of how wet those roads currently are. There was a car parked right here before that, so you can see the difference in how wet the road is compared to where that car was. So this is what will be freezing as those temperatures do drop in and around the Charlotte area. If we turn this way too, we're talking about ice and the impacts it will have on power lines and trees. We talked about how ice will weigh down on these tree limbs, which could cause some problems knocking over other power lines too. So our weather team has been talking about the impacts of ice and snow, specifically as it does get later into the hours. I know rush hour traffic is coming at 5 and 6, so you might be driving home. Some things to consider. NCDOT and COT both have been preparing for this ice and snow, so making sure that brine is on the sidewalks and also is on the roadways, making sure things are as safe as possible. But here in Charlotte, those don't really drive too much on the snow, so things to consider obviously is keeping your distance, making sure you're as safe as possible. If you do end up skidding, make sure that you are not actually slamming on your brakes or you're not speeding up. Just some things to consider right there. But again, we are going to see that snow start to really accumulate, come down further and harder in the next couple of hours. So our teams are stretched out all across the Charlotte area and into the high country too. We cannot be everywhere. We talked about this last time. So if you see snow in your area, if you have photos or videos, we want to make sure that you can let us know about that. So obviously go into our WCNC.com or Insider mobile app, go to the Near Me feature and send us those safely if you can do so. It really does paint a picture of what it looks like in your area so we can get sent there. We are your Charlotte crew. So if you're in and around around Charlotte area, please send us your photos and videos. We'll come that way. Hopefully in a little bit we'll see some actual snow on the ground, which means some sledding for those families safely, and we'll join you. So that sounds like some fun right there. But for now, we are live in Charlotte. Austin Walker, WCNC Charlotte.
Austin with a great demonstration of what it looks like out there.
Wet but cold. By this time, because it is so cold, I can tell it's really cold, even just, and having walked through it myself, but the lips start turning blue. You start not being able to talk out there.
Yeah, you just can't formulate sentences. You know what you're trying to say, but you can't necessarily say it. Well, let's show you a live picture right now. This is
downtown Blowing Rock.
This is Blowing Rock.
It is.
Man, you see this? It's
buffering a little bit, but you get the idea.
And Brad, you were in Blowing Rock recently. That town continues, and a lot of our mountain communities continue to recover from Helene.
Yeah, they've had a lot of issues up there. So the snow is good for the tourism industry, but you worry about the folks that are misplaced or out of place of their homes as well as we're trying to rebuild. We've got a view of several locations in our area. Dallas camera is kind of interesting. So remember our camera in Dallas, our Mr. Sparky camera network, that's up there around 1,450 feet. So we're actually looking into the cloud and the snow before it reaches the ground. App State's campus, we got some snow, and over towards Concord, looks like a little bit of a break right now. Monroe looks to get a little bit of break. They had some snow or sleet earlier, and that's going to be the trend this evening is waves of moisture move through. Temperatures, these are the current temperatures. I mean, here we are in the middle of the afternoon, guys. It's a struggle to get above the freezing mark. This is a really cold day. There's that little break right over Union, Anson, Stanley, northern Chesterfield County, that's moving through, but it's going to fill back in. The heavy stuff is just to our southwest. It is really coming down here in the upstate of South Carolina, moving into the upstate and western part of North Carolina. So as we see more moisture moving into the upstate from northeast Georgia, I expect the snow totals will pick up as well as the sleet. So expect a pretty good burst. And that burst occurs after sunset. It's really going to pile up quickly, especially with these cold road temperatures. We're sitting at 30 degrees now. We're beginning to fall as more heavy precipitation moves in. It'll actually cause the temperature to fall further. And you can see the big plume of moisture is back here. You actually see the waves of moisture moving towards Atlanta right now, where they had a big burst of snow this morning. They've transitioned to freezing rain over there. So ugly, ugly afternoon and evening there. So let's go hour by hour, show you how this unfolds. You see the waves of snow really starts to pick up around 4 or 5 o'clock. You can see how heavy it could be by 5. Notice the air temperatures dropping into the upper 20s in many locations. The pink is that wintry mix, so likely some ice mixing in there, even some freezing rain. 29 and freezing rain sounds miserable, but there's a good chance that could happen as around 7 o'clock. So this is why we want you to be where you're going to be by 5 o'clock, because this gets worse as the evening goes on. Might be a break there, 9 or 10 o'clock, but then more moisture moves in closer to midnight. And by the time we get to the early morning hours, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, most of this is going to be out of here. But what's left over is some icy roads likely out there with temperatures in the 20s. So go ahead and plan right now that we are going to see the conditions deteriorate as we get closer to sunset into the overnight hours. So right now might be the best conditions you see until maybe the middle of the day tomorrow. And then by 7 a.m. tomorrow, we still got those ice-covered roads before we see everything move out. You'll see this graphic a lot as we talk about what we call precipitation types or P types. When we have cold enough air all the way to the ground, it doesn't even have to be 32 at the ground, because it's just got to be a shallow layer of warm air at the surface. You can get snow, but what we're seeing right now is this warm layer loft in between the snow and sleet. So we're seeing a mix, but if that warm layer gets a little bit thicker, we could see a transition to freezing rain, which is just going to be good old-fashioned rain falling into a really cold layer at the surface. And speaking of cold, these are the next 21 hours. So once we get to freezing and below, which we are now, we're likely going to stay there all the way through, I'd say 11 a.m., maybe 10:30 tomorrow morning. So the question I'm getting a lot is, people, they're not going to go out tonight. They're heeding our advice, staying off the roads, but when can they go out tomorrow? Hard to tell right now when the roads will be clear, because we got to see how the roads go tonight. But as far as sunshine and above average or above freezing temperatures, it'll be around 11 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. So again, we'll come back to our Monroe camera, a lull here right now, but this is an area where we'll see things fill back in as we get later into the evening. So guys, it's pretty calm right now. Actually, this is just the beginning. It's this evening that things go downhill real quickly, and that's always my concern, is people think, okay, it's not happening, there's no big deal, and they go out, and then we get into trouble as we get towards 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah, exactly, Brad. I mean, things are kind of nice and cool. We kind of, sort of jokey and playing along, but we're going to be here. That's why we're here on the stream, and we're going to be here with you throughout the evening.
Yeah, and things can get serious quick. So again, just be vigilant as you start to get off work or start to run those last minute errands out there on the road and this stuff starts coming down.
Date night at home. Jeff Dolliver sent us some video from West Jefferson on the South Fork of the New River.
Ooh, snow accumulating there. It looks nice there. And as we've been stressing, continue to share these pictures and videos and images
Thanks,
of us.
Jeff.
This helps us tell the story at home. And look, enough to make a snowball, Jane. There you go.
There we go. I can finally make a snowball with that one.
Well, let's click over here to this video from Tom Rudy Gliano. Shows the snow starting in Cherville around 1 p.m. today. That's in the northern part of Gaston County. And as we've seen from our reporter on the ground, WCNC Charlotte's Anna King, she showed us a lot of that snow. We saw it from the ballpark there in Gastonia. Gaston County really starting to see those snowflakes and some accumulation there.
All right, check out some of these photos from Dean Green. It shows the snow already falling in Ashe County. That is near the river, certainly where we expect to see some pretty good snow there. Very pretty and serene. So obviously a winter wonderland there in Ashe County.
Took the words right out of my mouth. I was supposed to say winter wonderland-esque.
That's all I have. We're going to be saying that all night.
I know. Bear with us.
Yeah, we're going to be on repeat here. All right, well, just hours ago, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein spoke about some of the weather preps and the ones that you're talking about, taking a moment to focus on our own neighbors here in the high country.
Here's what he had to say. Listen in.
We know that those still recovering from Hurricane Helene are especially going to feel the impacts of the storm. Western NCDOT crews began preparing for the storm on Wednesday and have been responding to winter weather in the mountains for weeks, in addition to the incredible work that those DOT crews have been doing to help respond to Hurricane Helene and repair our roads. For anyone displaced from their homes in the western region of the state, we know that many cities and counties are working with local government and nonprofit partners to open locations for folks to be safe and warm tonight and over the weekend. 3 shelters are already going to be in place this evening in Buncombe and in Yancey counties. Earlier this week, I issued an executive order to waive federal restrictions on drivers traveling with propane and other heating fuels so we can get more heat in people's homes. To the people of Western North Carolina, we know this winter storm is coming at a terrible time, making a difficult period in your lives even harder. We are with you every step of the way, and we will not let up. We are committed to doing everything in our power to get you the resources you need to rebuild. And to everyone else in North Carolina, please be safe. Given the information we have at this time, emergency management officials recommend the following tips. Stay in attention with your local weather forecast and be prepared for whatever is expected in your home area. Keep your cell phones, mobile devices, and spare batteries charged in case you experience power outages. Please avoid the roads unless you absolutely must travel. But if you do have to be on the road, store an emergency kit in your vehicle with food, an ice scraper, jumper cables, flashlight, and first aid kit.
And some good advice there from Governor Josh Stein. Let's take a look at some more images. Again, thank you for sending in these pictures and these videos. It helps us tell the story here on our stream and on our newscast. This is from Ashley. She sent us this picture of the snow right now in Northwest Hickory. That's where Jesse Pierre is tracking those conditions. You see that snow on the ground, a little bit of a dusting there. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Robin sent us this photo of the snow right now. This is in Wilkes County, so more than a dusting there in Wilkes County. We want you to keep on sending those photos and videos if it's safe to do so. You can find that easily on the WCNC app using the Near Me function, and that's why we have a big viewing area, so this really helps us out.
Well, just hours ago, North Carolina Emergency Management spoke about the ways the agency is preparing for this snow event.
Here's what they had to say.
Hazardous travel conditions are expected today and may continue into Saturday night. Areas of black ice will be possible, and we ask that all North Carolinians continue to watch the weather and stay off the roads. Unnecessary travel not only puts you at risk, but also the public safety personnel that will need to respond if there is an issue. The more vehicles we have on the road also makes it tougher on crews with the Department of Transportation to treat and clear roadways and get them back open again. If you must drive in winter conditions, our partners with the State Highway Patrol advise reducing speed significantly, increasing distance between other vehicles, and clearing all snow and ice from your vehicle before traveling. Given the forecast, let's make their work easier by staying off the roads unless absolutely necessary. We have been monitoring this weather system for a number of days and have remained in close communication with our local emergency managers across the state as we evaluate resource and support needs. The State Emergency Response Team has been activated and is working with key partners such as the Department of Transportation, the North Carolina National Guard, the State Highway Patrol and utilities, as well as others. A state of emergency was issued yesterday in preparation for this event, and as of this morning, we have 2 local states of emergency with 9 county emergency operations centers activated in western North Carolina to support operations at the local level. While there are currently no shelters open across North Carolina, we know that shelters are anticipated to open in Buncombe and Yancey counties this evening, and we remain in close coordination with our human services partners to support additional capability as needed. Warming shelters are also being opened across the state, and we anticipate more as we move throughout the day and into the evening. Based on the forecasted impacts, the North Carolina National Guard has alerted more than 100 soldiers to assist emergency management in their efforts to support communities impacted by this storm. They have more than 30 vehicles, and the Guard started pre-positioning many of these teams yesterday to locations across both the western and central part of the state. Their primary mission is to support local emergency services. They are actively engaged and ready to respond as needed. They have also staged aviation support in the west as a contingency for when the weather has cleared. We have also deployed teams to support DOT in keeping major interstate roadways clear. These teams are stationed along Old Fort in McDowell County, Saluda Grade in Polk County, and Turner Grade in Surrey County. North Carolina's utility partners are planning for restoration operations statewide as needed. Please also keep in mind that power outages may occur in areas due to the weight of the snow or ice accumulation on tree limbs and power lines. If your power goes out, ensure generators are operated outside and away from open windows or doors to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning. Never burn charcoal indoors or use a gas grill indoors. Properly vent any kerosene heaters and use battery-powered sources for light instead of candles to reduce the risk of fire. Please remember to utilize 911 only for emergencies. If you need general information regarding the storm, please call 211 and leave those emergency lines open. You can also enable emergency alerts on your mobile device to make sure you receive life-saving notifications. Finally, all Tropical Storm Helene disaster recovery centers in western North Carolina will be closed today and tomorrow due to the forecasted impacts of the storm. The plan is for these centers to reopen on Monday at 8 a.m. Survivors that are requiring assistance can still call FEMA's 1-800 number for assistance or contact the North Carolina Disaster Case Management Program.
Well, as the snowflakes fall, you might wonder how they form.
That's right. Meteorologist Chris Mulcahy joins us now with this weather IQ.
When you think of snow, you may be thinking of a scene like this, a winter wonderland. But when you zoom into these falling snowflakes, their intricate beauty is one of the coolest things in nature. Let's learn how they form in another Weather IQ. You may have heard of the saying, no two snowflakes are alike, because they have different branches and designs that make each one unique. The process is complicated, so let's start with square one, or in this case, hexagon one. A snowflake starts as a small particle, such as a speck of dust, where water vapor condenses onto it. As we know, a water molecule has 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. These hydrogen atoms link together, crystallize, and then form a hexagon, or a hexagonal prism. So this is why snowflakes most commonly have 6 sides. From here, branches can form on the corners, bonding to the second hydrogen atom. But the process isn't done. This snowflake will continue to rise into colder air in the cloud, gaining more branches and dendrites as more tiny water particles bond to the flake. Once the plate becomes too heavy, it then falls. The 2 main atmospheric factors are temperature and level of humidity. However, it's the temperature that mainly shapes a snowflake. When temperatures are warmer, say 28 degrees to freezing, snowflakes tend to fall as thin hexagon plates. But a higher humidity level can create larger flakes or even create the basic classic snowflake. There are 35 different shapes of snowflakes, such as needles and columns, that fall in colder temps from 14 to 27 degrees. But colder temperatures that are 10 degrees or less produce the most common and intricate snowflakes. These are known as stellar dendrites. But in this range, another snowflake that's equally as spectacular forms called the stellar plate. I'm meteorologist Chris Mulcahy. What's up, UC&C Charlotte?
The more you know.
Yeah, I like that.
That's my new catchphrase.
So original.
Hey, what can I say?
Well, the more you know. Also today, North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is going to be talking later. Sorry, we wanted to get this picture, though, of Asheville.
Oh, look at it.
Just showing us the area. It's gray. Kind of looks a little gloomy.
Again, a good day to stay home. And this is an area, again, a lot of our mountain communities recovering from Helene as they, take in the snow in this winter weather. And luckily, I don't see a lot of cars on the road.
I was going to say, I don't see too much action out there. So just enjoying the picture from the comfort of your home, hopefully.
And we're going to take a break here on the streaming side of things and give you a quick update on WCNC Charlotte. We'll be back in a few.
All right, hey everybody, this is Chief Meteorologist Brad Panovich here. We're watching the snow and sleet move into the region right now. That snow and sleet continues to move in and out of the area. We see breaks from time to time, one spot from Monroe to Concord where we got a little bit of a lull, but temperatures are dropping well below freezing. Low 30s right now, upper 20s across the area. You see our little break developing right there to the east, but it's filling in pretty quickly from the southwest. All of this heavy stuff is moving through the upstate right now, heading towards the Charlotte area. So it looks like this leading edge of real heavy snow is between Rock Hill and Tradesville. It seems to be drifting to the north, filling in back towards the west as well. And again, with any event, rain, snow, doesn't matter. Doesn't stay consistent the whole time. You should expect to see it ebb and flow, and that's pretty common with any precipitation. Temperatures, though, are falling as the heavier precipitation moves in. These temperatures will continue to plummet back down into the upper 20s to low 30s. Here comes that big plume of moisture coming in from the southwest. We expect the heaviest stuff to be this evening, as we were talking about for the last couple of days. The heavy snow picks up through the evening hours. That's why we want you to be in your place, that you're going to stay for the rest of the evening by 5 p.m. That's the trend we're going to see through the evening hours. So the worst weather will be after sunset. Sunset tonight exactly at 5:30, so right on the nose. That'll be sunset. But right around 5 o'clock, I expect temperatures will be falling pretty quickly. Again, ice is going to mix in, though, as we get later into the overnight, so 8, 9, 10 o'clock. That icy mix will likely mix with some of the freezing, the sleet, I should say, and the snow and cause some really icy conditions. Could see some freezing drizzle at times as it kind of wanes a little bit there by midnight. And then we see bulk of the activity push off to the east as temperatures fall back into the 20s. So the timeline remains the same. It really just starting right now, picking up and going through the evening. As we get towards the overnight hours, that's when we see the precipitation moving in and getting pretty heavy at times. But by tomorrow morning, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, this whole mess is going to be out of here. It's going to be pushing off to the east and exiting pretty quickly. We'll see this mix of snow and sleet initially, some freezing rain at times, but it'll bounce around quite a bit through the overnight hours. The real concern, though, will be those temperatures for the overnight hours. The 21-hour forecast here shows those temperatures plummeting all the way down into the upper 20s and staying below freezing likely all the way through the middle of tomorrow. So you're talking probably 11 a.m. before we see temperatures bounce back up above average. So we're just at the beginning. This is the beginning of the event, not the middle, not the end. We're right here at the beginning. Coming up, we'll continue to track this throughout the evening as we get into the heart of the storm this evening.
And we are back here on WCNC Plus, keeping you weather aware as these wintry snow conditions move across our area.
Yeah, Brad just saying that it is the beginning of this event, so we will be with you throughout the afternoon into the evening, covering the impacts depending on where you are. Really, our whole viewing area from high country on into Charlotte and beyond.
And let's take a live look outside. This is the ballpark, Paramount Health Ballpark in Gastonia. One of the places closest to Charlotte. Gastonia is about 30 minutes away, a little over 30 minutes away from Charlotte. That's seen some real substantial snowflakes starting to accumulate right there on the ball field there.
That's right. So the ghost peppers are obviously a ghost town here.
Was it the cold peppers? But
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Both worked.
Both works.
We do have one of our members out there, though, in Gastonia. Anna King checking out conditions for us there and hopefully staying as warm as possible. How do the roads look and where you are?
Absolutely, absolutely. Actually, the snow here was supposed to subside a little bit around 3 p.m. and it kind of did for a little while, but about 20 minutes ago it picked up again, and I can get out of frame just so you can see what's going on behind me. You can see the snow here is sticking a lot more, and then you can also see there is light traffic out here, which is great. Officials are encouraging everyone to stay home, though. They say that that way the roadways remain open just in case someone here is injured or gets stuck somewhere. And if you are on the roads, they're asking you to be extra vigilant.
The speed limits are designed for when the roads are in perfect condition, but as the roads begin to deteriorate, we need to bring our speeds down a little bit, increase our falling distances. In the event that we have a power outage and you come to a four-way intersection and the power's out, treat it as a four-way stop. Make sure that no one's coming through the intersection before you proceed on.
And the National Weather Service also adds that in some areas there could be ice on the roadway here, making traveling potentially hazardous. So remember to keep that in mind if you are heading out to get a few last-minute items and to remember to stay safe. Back to you.
Again, as we see behind Anna, quite a few people still
doing,
out on the roads.
Yeah, maybe doing those exact things, last-minute items.
Do it now.
All right. Thank you, Anna. Want to take a look now at the App State campus, this time in Hickory, where here you could see the roads are pretty much cleared out. So, but there is some white dusting of snow along the shoulders and the medians and some of the lots there that are not used by main traffic. And really not that there's any real traffic to speak of.
I mean, a little bit more accumulation every time we check.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're getting there.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there enough, again, for Jane to make a snowball.
He wants me to make a snowball. I don't know why.
Look, I'm just trying to get her in the snow, winter condition spirit.
Mood. Yeah, I'm in it.
Well, we have one of our crew members, WCNC Charlotte's Justin Pierre, is live in Hickory, bundled up there.
Yeah, she's in there.
Yep. How are things looking over there, Jesse?
You got to stay protected, you know. I got the layers on, I got the gloves, hat, got to make sure I'm protected in this weather. Overall, you know, it's been coming down for a few hours, but it's really light. You know, one thing I will say I noticed is that coming from a few hours ago when we first got here to Hickory, there was a lot more people out and about. So when you look at the road traffic now, much lighter. Now the roads are pretty dry, a little bit of wetness, and then you can see a little bit of accumulation of snow on the grass here. But again, still pretty on on the light side. Now, Catawba County, since earlier, they made sure to close early parks, offices, libraries, and animal shelters. Officials say the safety of residents is their top priority, especially as the temperatures get colder and as icy conditions threaten roads and bridges. Now, while the county itself doesn't maintain the roads, they are working closely with NCDOT to monitor any hazards. Now, here in Hickory, public work crews are in full swing. They've treated streets with brine to combat ice before it forms. They focused on the heavily trafficked routes first, and then they have the residential streets. Now, crews will be working in 13-hour shifts throughout the winter weather event to respond as needed. Now, there are a lot of people also doing their own personal preps. The local grocery store parking lot was packed a few hours ago when we stopped by earlier. Many people I spoke to picking up some last-minute essentials and food, and many of them looking forward to a nice snowfall.
We haven't seen snow in so long, and this is coming from the south, so I know it's going to be a winter. And my husband went grocery shopping yesterday, but I'm just fleshing out a few little junk food items and bird food.
I'm actually grabbing some food for tonight. I've got soup, I've got a baking dish. I just moved here. So I've got some essentials to go home and make dinner for my husband and I.
So again, making sure you have your essentials before it gets, hopefully not too bad. But, again, you're going to be dealing with icy conditions later in the evening as the temperatures drop. So if you need to get essentials, get them early so you don't have to worry about getting them later. So right now, again, it's pretty light. There's a little bit of wetness on the roads. So you want to make sure that if you are out, if you are driving, you want to make sure that you drive carefully, that you take your time. And officials asking folks to really only go out if you if it's necessary, to make sure that their crews have enough space to do the work they need to do to keep the roads clear and keep you guys safe. Live in Hickory, Jessie Pierre, WCNC Charlotte.
Always good to go out early enough before it gets too bad. Get the stuff, the junk food.
I like the woman who said that she needed the baking dish, the essential.
I'm not mad at that.
It's the baking dish.
I'm not mad at that at all.
Make some dinner.
Well, we've talked a lot about things on the North Carolina side of stuff, but now we want to shift over to South Carolina across the border. And Becca Birdsall is in the storm tracker. She's in York County right now, York County, South Carolina. Becca, how's it looking out there on the roads?
We've seen dramatic changes, especially within the last 5 to 10 minutes. I actually want to go ahead and switch to our roof camera. We were seeing a few spitting flurries around 10 minutes ago, and now really starting to see those snow flurries come down. Of course, this is just the beginning of the snow coverage that we'll continue to see through this afternoon and evening. Right now, I am on Celanese Road, right at that intersection of International Drive. There's a decent amount of traffic, but you can see this is really not the normal traffic that we see around the 4 o'clock hour as we approach rush hour. So it seems a lot of people have been taking the notice to stay off the roadways. Look at all that snow coming down. Not really seeing a lot of accumulations on the streets, so that's good news. I know a lot of the South Carolina DOT as well as the NCDOT has been working to treat these roadways. I would really worry about some of the neighborhood roads, the roads that have not been treated, that might see some slick spots, especially later on tonight. But the snow is really coming down. I would expect to continue this coverage throughout the afternoon, but we've seen some dramatic changes again just within the last 10 minutes, and I imagine a lot of our South Carolina counties will only continue to see this. No reports of any major accidents so far, which is good news. We actually made the journey down from 77 close to Uptown all the way through York County, and there was a decent amount of traffic, but overall no major issues right now in South Carolina. That's the good news. Make sure you limit your travel for the rest of today and definitely stay safe as we will continue to monitor the roadways here in South Carolina all afternoon long. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Becca. Stay safe out there.
Good to see the roads are moving at a fairly good clip, though, considering the time here on a Friday afternoon, approaching that rush hour, but people potentially just leaving work early today, as I know it was pretty busy coming in around 1 o'clock today.
I was at the barbershop, and of course they asked me, what time should we leave? What time should we leave? And so, I told them, give yourself enough time before things, get those 5 a.m. appointment. I didn't have a 5 a.m. appointment, but get those done. and leave work a little earlier. I'm just saying, 5 a.m.
You know, our producer just asked, why were you at the barbershop? I put it on our producer. I'm not going to name him. But we're going to do it like that. Because he's such a good sport. That's why, Brad.
Man. I'm over here just being serious. Okay, Brad.
Yeah.
Brad, why would it work? When should people leave? The question should have been, when is it going to snow? And then Nick should have said, well, that's why you got to tune in to WCNC Plus.
I'm at a loss for words.
Talk to Brad.
No, I mean, really, the snow is just starting. I think we're getting a lot of, back and forth on social media. People, well, where's the snow? Or, this doesn't seem like that much. It really is not a big storm. We were trying to tell you it's only 1 to 2 inches, right? But it's the first time in 3 years. But we're also just at the beginning. This is every snow event I ever cover. It seems like people expect this thing to happen quicker than it actually is. And the timing of this is after 3 o'clock. So we're now just getting into the start of this. And as we go through the overnight hours, you'll see the impacts increase, especially on the roadways. We're talking overnight hours after sunset tonight, which is coming up here at 5:30 this evening. Now, we're going to see that potential for some icy roads continue through tomorrow morning until about sunrise. And I think that's when we'll start to see things improve pretty dramatically across the area. The bigger story could be that the temperatures are already below freezing a little bit quicker than we anticipated. In fact, the temperatures in many locations right now are like 39 or 29, 30, 31 degrees or so. Let's look at those temperatures. Look at 29 in Lincolnton, 28 as you go over towards Gastonia. So what's happening is we start to see the heavier precipitation move back into the region. You can kind of see where it's heaviest. That's where the temperatures have fallen. That evaporative cooling process is developing. So there's a little break that developed earlier, moved through, but look at the heavy band that is developing to the southwest. This is all pushing through, and we've seen over an inch of snow already in many areas of the upstate. Probably going to end up with a couple inches of snow there. This is going to be the burst that's probably going to coat the ground fairly quickly, and that's what I anticipate. We will get bursts of heavy snow, coat the ground, there'll be a lull, and then maybe another burst of snow. But look at these temperatures. I mean, you saw Becca out there, how it went from almost nothing to snowing pretty heavily, and I think that's going to be the trend we're going to see. And that's always a concern because people will let their guard down. They'll say it's not bad, I'll go out, and then they'll get one of these heavier snow bands, and things will go downhill really quickly. The heavier rain is back towards the west. That's going to stay to the south, but the moisture plume into the cold air is what's causing the wintry mix from Atlanta all the way up here. That's actually freezing rain down in Atlanta. They had that snow earlier today. It transitioned to freezing rain fairly quickly. There's a look at temperatures and the Futurecast radar. Look at them drop into the 20s as the heavy precipitation moves in. Again, blending back and forth between snow, sleet, and ice, especially later this evening. That's when roads could be treacherous. Overnight, temperatures hover below freezing all night long, and so roads are going to be slick. Pavement's going to be icy, especially those walkways, the driveway, the front steps, until about mid-morning before temperatures get back above freezing. So what we're seeing right now is we're seeing some snow with cold layer at the surface, but this warm nose we called in the mid-levels, that develops, so warm air is causing the mixture to sleet. So we're seeing a refreezing of raindrops. That's what you hear. The sleet's always easy to tell because you hear it. It's loud. It bounces off of everything. Now, if that warm layer gets super thick here, we'll see freezing rain develop, and that's what I'm expecting later tonight as the warm nose, we call it, increases from the south. That could actually transition everything to a freezing rain, which would be bad news. So just be aware through the evening hours, overnight tonight through tomorrow morning. That's going to be the worst weather. We're going to see wintry mix on the roads, and the roads will be the slickest. What you need to do, stay off the roads if you can, stay home, stay safe until this system moves out and the temperature gets back above freezing, which likely will not happen until the middle of the day tomorrow. So things are just picking up, guys, and I anticipate as we get later into the evening, that 5 o'clock time frame, we've told you for days, be where you want to be by 5, because I think that's when things really go downhill.
All right, thank you for that update, Brad. And again, we want to thank you so much for sending videos and pictures into our newsroom. Again, it helps us really tell the story.
Keep on doing it.
Keep on doing it.
Yeah, tell your friends and your cousins across town or whatever to send them in.
Big mama, auntie, cousins.
You know.
But we want to get to this picture right now. This is from Spencer. They sent us this photo. It's from Lincolnton. This is in Lincoln County. This is northwest of Charlotte, roughly.
It's like a patch.
It's like a patch. It's like snow just dumped right there.
That's it. Patch of snow. That's great.
Well, let's go to this next photo.
Okay, this is from Craig, who sent us video of conditions right now in Fleetwood. So this is in Ashe County, one of the areas where we are seeing some of that heavier snowfall. Snowball worthy, Nick.
Oh, now you want to make a snowball.
I need some assistance.
Well, okay, let's get to this next one. All right, this is Karen in Sparta. Okay, look at our friends here. This is a photo of deer enjoying the snow. They just want to have a little fun.
Do you think they're enjoying it?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
they're just getting together and staying warm.
Grazing, is that a good word to say?
To graze?
They're grazing.
Yeah.
The deer?
Or are they grazing?
Prancing.
Maybe.
They're prancing a little bit. They're doing something. They're enjoying the snow. They kind of got like a Miles Harris thing going on with snow.
showing that the snow is actually falling on their fur. We can see it.
Well, shout out to the deer and shout out to everyone at home.
Yeah, really, thank you for sending those pictures and videos. It really helps us because we have a wide area. Wonder what Kannapolis looks like or Concord looks like. So send those pictures and videos our way if you can. The winter weather may have the kids wanting to go outside and play.
But there's some things you want to be aware of to keep them safe and yourself safe as well.
Anytime that you are going to be going outside, whether it's for enjoyment or because you're forced to, the biggest and most important thing is dress in layers and never assume that whenever you're going out that a quick trip is going to be a quick trip. So wear those coats. If you have a long coat that goes down to the knees, that's ideal to really protect your core and your core temperature. Wear those hats and scarves and gloves and thick socks. So if the kiddos are going out, bright clothing is ideal because it still does get dark early. And so they have better visualization. But people think about the temperature when it comes to frostbite, but it's actually the wind chill. So it's really important to keep a watch on how much wind we're having and experiencing in the area, because even though the temperature may be 32 degrees and you think that's not so bad, if you're having gusts of wind, I mean, the wind chill can really be 10 degrees or even below, and it doesn't take long. So whenever you're thinking about freezing temperatures, if it's just at freezing, it can take an hour, but in the right conditions, if the wind is really high and it's those really, really cold temperatures, we're talking about the teens and below, that wind chill can be less than 0 Fahrenheit, and it does not take up to 15 minutes to start getting frostbite symptoms.
Not long at all. Well, earlier today, WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris spoke with Kent Brown. He's the Division of Operations for the Boone Fire Department.
And before we get to that, we want to show Boone. This is downtown Boone. This is a live look of what's going on there. Miles is there in Boone right now. You see some of those cars passing by. The road is starting to accumulate with some of that slush and that snow. And again, if you're up there, just make sure you take your time and you be safe up there. But again, as Jane was saying about this interview, we wanted to play part of that conversation for you right now. So listen in.
Today, obviously, we're starting to see a bit of snow, maybe more than what we're used to seeing, or maybe the biggest snowfall that Boone may be seeing this year. So what does that mean for your guys' daily tasks for Boone?
So we prepare for a lot of this type of weather, winter weather in the fall. We make sure that tire chains are readily available and that they're already ready to go on the apparatus. They're sized and ready to be put on. We keep heaters, bullet heaters, kerosene heaters on all our trucks, and we go through those in the fall to make sure they're ready to operate for the winter. In case we're out for an extended period of time during cold weather, we have a way to stay somewhat warm. But as far as today, obviously we're making the final preparations with putting the chains on the tires on the trucks to make sure that we have that extra security on the road as far as getting places and hoping, that we don't, slide and that we're able to access roads that might not be accessible in a two-wheel drive apparatus otherwise.
As far as your guys' impact on the community, I mean, is this going to be treated like a normal day? Do you guys get readily available to respond to any emergencies? What kind of changes or challenges that you guys look forward to facing, really?
Really, other than just making sure that the trucks are chained, and once they're chained and due to the cold weather, we don't go out and do today, like a lot of days the guys might be doing fire inspections and things like that, but due to the weather, we're holding everybody in the stations to make sure that we're readily able to respond to whatever the weather we encounter from that.
What's the biggest thing you really want people in whether it's Boone or gets a chance to see what's happening in Boone with the snow? What do you want them to know?
With the changing road conditions, I mean, in the last 30 minutes, the road here in front of Station 1's gone from dry to, maybe a half inch of snow on it. And people need to give the road crews a chance to get out and work and, treat the roads, push the snow off, and, stay out of their way, because the more people that are out there, that just delays them getting the roads cleared. And then, of course, things can happen, accidents, and then, that ties other resources up and, puts us out there in that weather also.
I can imagine that there's going to be probably an uptick in possible responses, or at least prepared for that to be the case. Is there any other changes with your staffing, like hour shifts changing, more staffing available, anything like that for you guys' department?
Not at this point. The shift is full for today, and we have administrative staff that are also in during the day. And then all of our personnel, whether they're, volunteer or paid people, they're available for recall when they're off duty for those incidents that will require more people, or if things do get busy.
My last question for you, Ken, is that what is the one thing that you guys are keeping a close eye on here within the next 12 to 24 hours?
Obviously, the amount of snowfall, and then I believe they're also seeing winds tomorrow to maybe hit 40 mile an hour. So that's going to create blowing snow conditions. Possible some whiteout conditions that can make driving difficult and dangerous. And of course, when you have blowing snow, even if the road crews are out pushing, the roads get covered back over very quickly. So, staying off the roads, staying at home if you can, only coming out, if you really absolutely have to. And, things that we think about with winds is power outages. And if you lose, your heat source, making sure that if you have a backup heat source, that it is a approved and safe heat source to be used inside. Things like that. So those kind of things, those type of incidents can increase in weather like this.
That's the idea of the operations there in Boone. Again, WCNC Charlotte's Miles Harris is there tracking conditions there, and we'll continue to track that throughout the night.
Best preparation. Again, Brad has been saying this is the beginning of this weather snowy event. So we will continue to keep you updated here on WCNC Plus. But tune in to WCNC on air on the TV broadcast starting at 4. We're going to bring you the very latest.
And we'll leave you with this picture. Be safe out there, folks.